Maintenant, nous allons passer aux annonces. Premièrement, les membres sont priés de s'en tenir aux 5 minutes qui leur sont imparties quand on leur donne la parole. Honorables membres, nous vous rappelons qu'au fin de l'enregistrement précis des procès-verbaux, vous devez toujours vous présenter par votre nom et votre pays lorsque vous prenez la parole. Maintenant, nous allons commencer nos travaux. Et je demande à la secrétaire générale de procéder à la lecture du premier ordre du jour.
Notice of motion on enhancing food chain systems in the SADC region.
Proposition de résolution sur le renforcement des systèmes de chaînes alimentaires dans la région de la SADC par l'honorable sénateur Tantomako Moele du Lojoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity of moving the motion. I, Senator Tato Magomahali, propose that the 57th plenary assembly session of the SADC-PF do the following. The plenary should recognize that efficient and resilient food chain system.
Ok, merci, honorable. Maintenant, je vais demander s'il y a quelqu'un qui souhaite et qui voudrait appuyer cette résolution parmi les distingués participants. Oui, honorable. On vous donne la parole. Oui, c'est l'honorable Faustin Kenda, Kazite Rico. Yeah, ok, merci.
Yeah, seconded the motion. I'm going now to give the floor to the Honorable Moele. Yes, you can start now the presentation.
I, Senator Tato Magomahali, propose to the 57th plenary assembly session of the SADC-PF that the plenary should recognize that efficient and resilient food chain systems encompassing production, processing, storage, distribution, and marketing are essential for ensuring food security, economic growth, and rural development within the SADC region. The plenary should recognize that enhancing food chain efficiency can unlock opportunities for value addition, job creation, increased incomes for smallholder farmers, and the development of agro-processing industries within the region. The plenary should be concerned by the fragmentation, inefficiencies, and vulnerabilities in current food supply chains, which contribute to market distortions, limited farmer incomes, and restricted consumer access to affordable, nutritious food. The plenary should be aware that climate change, inadequate infrastructure, limited access to markets, and lack of regional coordination continue to disrupt food chain systems and compromise regional food sufficiency. The plenary should recall the SADC Regional Agricultural Policy, the African Union's Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, Agenda 2063, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the Sustainable Development Goals, all of which underscore the importance of integrated markets and food value chains as drivers of regional development. The plenary should also recall the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Alliance on Agri-Food Systems, Food Security and Nutrition during the 56th Plenary Assembly of the SADC-PF held in Livingstone, Zambia in December 2024, which serves as a platform for parliamentarians to collaborate, advocate, and provide oversight on legislative and budgetary matters related to agri-food systems, food security, and the right to adequate food. Lastly, the plenary shall recognize the critical role of the FSN Alliance in enhancing the effectiveness of parliamentary engagement through cross-sector collaboration, capacity development, and knowledge exchange, and acknowledging its mandate to advocate for the harmonization of laws to support alignment with regional and international frameworks and in promoting domestic resource mobilization. I therefore make the following pleas. Firstly, to call upon all SADC member states to develop and implement national strategies aimed at strengthening and modernizing food chain systems, aligned with the FSN Alliance objectives, focusing on value additions, cold storage, agro-processing, inclusivity, and sustainability. Secondly, to encourage the participation of all national parliaments in the FSN Alliance and the formation of national parliamentary alliances or caucuses to promote coordinated oversight and harmonized legislative efforts across the region. Thirdly, to urge governments and private sector stakeholders to invest in digital technologies, data systems, and logistics infrastructure to improve supply chain efficiency and access to real-time market information. The plenary should recommend the harmonization of food quality, safety, and packaging standards across the region to facilitate seamless inter-regional trade and protect consumer health. The plenary should endorse the empowerment of smallholder farmers, cooperatives, and agro-SMEs through inclusive policies, capacity building programs, and access to finance, markets, and technology. And lastly, the 57th Plenary Assembly session should direct SADC-PF Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee to institutionalize regular reporting on progress in food chain and agri-food systems reforms through the region through a mechanized developed jointly with FSN Alliance. I so move, Mr. President. Thank you.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Moale, for your presentation. Now I'm going to invite Honorable Kenda Kaziteriko to present a speech of secondment.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the floor you have given me. I'm taking the floor on this day in order to second the motion of the resolution which has been presented by a big competence by his host. Mr. President, the integrity and the resilience of our food chain is very important for the survival, the economical survival, for health and dignity, because it presents the concern on the agricultural sector. According to the Organization for the Alimentation and the Agriculture, the Southern Africa lose about 30 to 40% of its product after the harvest. This is due to the bad infrastructures and the conditions of storage, which are not good, and the system of distribution, which is fragmented. These are the losses that we cannot continue allowing ourselves, especially in the context where about 60 million of people who are in the under insecurity, food insecurity. When we talk of the food chain, we are talking of the path from the production up to the plates. Whenever there is a production, the transformation, and also the storage, the transport or the commercialization, everything must be synchronized and modernized and must be inclusive. As we can be reminded, the Agenda 2063 of African Union, the food chain are very important in order to realize the aspiration of the shared aspiration, African shared aspiration. This has already put in place the alliance of the SADC in order to reinforce the system of food, the food chain, the nutrition, the Alliance SAN, and it's about a strategic platform which allows us as parliamentarians to show the example, to pilot the surveillance, and to plead toward the national budget to take a concern on the agriculture, and also to harmonize the legal frameworks toward the agriculture, on the PDDR, and then also to concern the SLECAF and also the right on the food chain. We have also to rely to associate our alliance to the parliaments. I would like also to recall what some of their members have said in order to participate actively to the alliance and also to take the lead of these movements. The national platform is very important because when we say we can't obtain the harvest from a field which has never been taken care of, the politics are exerting the investments into the logistical infrastructures. Talking on this, talking about this, the digital platforms can connect in real time the SMEs to the markets, reduce the exploitation, and to give also the opportunities, the updates of weather reports in order to reduce the climate risks. In Rwanda, for instance, the Council of Digital Week has increased the yields of maize, and this is such an innovation. We have to have it across the region. Mr. Speaker, the harmonization of the norms to the food, the food chain, the security food chain, and also of the products is going to protect the consumers, and also is going to belong to the system of SADC-PF to facilitate the transborder trade. Now the norms create some obstacles which are taking the loss of time and also the loss of finance for the small producers. Mr. Speaker, the small the small producers are at the heart of our food chain. If we are not giving them some opportunities, a training, and also an access to the markets, we are going to fail into the realization, the implementation of our objectives in terms of food chain. We are asking that this resolution should be considered into the inclusive policies, and also to consider the status of these people who are farming the soil. Mr. President, I support and second fully, and also I join to the committee to institutionalize the mechanisms of notifications related to the reforms which talk about the food alimentary in collaboration with the Alliance SIN. We have to take the measures in order to promote the project. The project must be transparent and founded on the data of the regional level, at regional level. Mr. President, in seconding this motion, if you can, it can be allowed to me to cite the word of Ban Ki-moon, the former SG of UN. If we want to put an end to famine, it's not a question of alimentations. That one has to be with the political will. We have to prove it today. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaziteriko, for your intervention. Now I'm going to put this motion to the debate of the distinguished participant. I'm just going to remind the Honorable that whoever would wish to take the floor will have to mention their name and their country. And each one has got the right to 5 minutes for when you take the floor. Yes, Honorable from Zimbabwe, from the delegation of Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Zimbabwe. In support with the motion, Mr. President, Zimbabwe fully endorses the objective of this motion and wishes to highlight the concrete steps our country has taken to strengthen and modernize food chain systems. In alignment of the FSN Alliance and Regional Framework, Zimbabwe's National Development Strategy 1 places food security and agricultural modernization at the core of economic development, promoting value addition and agro-processing. We have also established rural agro-processing centers across all provinces to help smallholder farmers to process crops near production sites, reducing post-harvest losses and boosting incomes. Mr. President, a notable example is this ZISPA's Marciana Masao processing plant in Zaraban, which transforms indigenous fruits into commercial products, supporting local farmers. The Zimbabwe Agricultural Investment Plan and the Presidential Rural Development Program further promote inclusive value chains and rural empowerment through both irrigation schemes and nutrition gardens targeting women and youth. To address cold chain gaps, the National Horticulture Recovery and Growth Plan aims to expand cold storage facilities by 30% by 2026, improving food quality and export competitiveness. Climate smart agriculture is mainstreamed through initiatives like Fumvuza, Eastwasa, and conservation farming, enhancing soil health and resilience under the e-agriculture strategy, digital platforms, and as e-land, e-extension, and e-input distribution improve service delivery and accountability. The Agricultural Marketing Authority AMA introduced mobile dashboards to help farmers track prices and assess buyers. Investments under the Emergency Road Rehabilitation Programs, ERRP2, and they have improved rural road infrastructure. These efforts are supported by Agricultural Marketing Authority Act, Chapter 18.24, and incentivized through the Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency at ZIDA Act to encourage private sector participation. Crucially, the Parliament of Zimbabwe's Portfolio Committee on Lands, Agriculture, Water, Fisheries, and Rural Resettlement has provided vital oversight by approving registration budgets and conducting fact-finding visits to other irrigation schemes. These visits also evaluated drone technology use for precision agriculture, advancing data-driven crop management. In conclusion, Mr. President, Zimbabwe stands ready to share experiences, learn, and collaborate with SADC partners to strengthen food chain systems, ensuring regional food security and economic prosperity. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for your support. Are there any other participants who would like to take the floor for some observations, remarks? Otherwise, I'm going to give the floor to the Honorable Mohali in case he would still have something to say or to explain. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We should remember that SADC adopted what is called Regional Agricultural Policy, which provides for a coordinated agricultural development plan within the SADC region. Its aim is to promote sustainable agricultural growth, socio-economic development, and regional integration by harmonizing agricultural practices and creating synergies among member states. And I think we should take leave from the example of Zimbabwe on the things that they are putting in place for this program to be sustainable. We should also, as nations, try to convince the CSR to be legally established, since we are going through a period where nations cannot be able to raise funds that are adequate for farming. And the agricultural sectors we are talking about are crops, livestock, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture. So I think the important thing is for all the nations to coordinate, to see to it that we work outside silos so that the program could be a success. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Merci,
Thank you, Honorable, for your accuracy that you've given. Now I'm going to put this resolution for adoption. Are there any objections? Otherwise, this resolution is adopted by clapping of hands. Now I call upon the Secretary General to read the second order of the day.
Notice of motion on strengthening cybersecurity in the SADC region by creating institutional capacity and viable legal frameworks to respond to the growing cybersecurity threats in the region.
Thank you, Madam. This is the strengthening of cybersecurity in the SADC region by creating institutional capacity and viable legal frameworks to respond to the growing cybersecurity threat in the region, and which will be presented by the Honorable Mosi Manegare Kenneth Moe Mang from South Africa.
Thank you, Honorable President. Greetings to yourselves, the President, and also the esteemed speakers and delegates, and special order of greetings to the hosting speaker, Advocate Mutenda. Allow me, Honorable President, to rise to move the motion on strengthening cybersecurity in SADC region by creating institutional capacity and viable legal frameworks to respond to the growing cybersecurity threats in the region on behalf of South Africa. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable. Is there anyone among us, the participant, who would wish to second this resolution? Yes.
Good evening, everyone. The motion is hereby seconded, Mr. President.
Merci, Honorable Kenny.
Thank you, Honorable Kenny. Now I'm giving the floor to Honorable Kenneth.
Thank you.
Merci.
Honorable President. Honorable President, let me bring to the attention of the House that the cybersecurity in the SADC region faces a number of challenges, and amongst them is the skills gap, the underdeveloped digital infrastructure, and fragmented or inadequate legal framework. Secondly, we further wish to bring to the attention of the House that the cybersecurity challenges are being exacerbated by the region's rapid digital transformation an increasing dependence on digital technologies in a number of sectors, amongst them finance, health, education, and government services. Having noted these challenges, Honorable President, it is important also to acknowledge the fact that the regions remain highly susceptible and vulnerable to a range of cyber threats, inclusive of the following: ransomware, phishing, social engineering attacks, which mainly could be attributed to a severe shortage of skilled cybersecurity professionals within the African Union. And the World Bank, Honorable President, indeed confirmed that Africa faces a shortfall of nearly 100,000 cybersecurity professionals, with a significant proportion of that gap affecting SADC countries. Moreover, Honorable President, what exacerbates further the situation is the digital divide between urban and rural areas in many SADC member states. And this can be worsened by the uneven access to technology, weak infrastructure, and also the poor enforcement cybersecurity laws, which ultimately results in effective hindering the law enforcement regime and also successful prosecution of cyber criminals. Having acknowledged these persistent challenges, Honorable President, we recall that the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, which is mainly known as Malabo Convention, has its aim and purpose of establishing a harmonized legal framework for cybersecurity, personal data protection, and electronic transaction across the continent. We further recall that the SADC model laws on data protection, electronic transaction, and e-commerce and computer crime and cybercrime has developed under the harmonization of ICT policies in sub-Saharan Africa project, which provide a foundational framework for member states to strengthen their national legislation and regulatory framework. Therefore, Honorable President, we call on national parliaments to develop or update a national legal framework so that they are aligned to the Malabo Convention and the SADC model laws, which will ensure that there is consistency and interoperability across borders. We further urge SADC member states to strengthen the cybersecurity in the SADC regions by doing the following: establish and adequately resource national and regional institutions that are dedicated to cybersecurity coordination, monitoring, and response. Secondly, that member states should invest in digital infrastructure, particularly in the underserved and underserviced rural communities, so that we are able to bridge the urban-rural digital divide, to bridge the divide between the periphery and the center. Thirdly, Honorable President, there is a need to create and scale up targeted education and training programs to address the digital skills gap and build a robust pipeline of cybersecurity professionals in the region. And lastly, we call on the member state to encourage public-private partnerships and regional collaboration to share best practices so that we're able to mitigate the threat of this cyber challenge. And more than that, also to ensure that technological resources for combating emerging cyber threats are shared. I so move, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable, for your intervention. You may take your seat, please. Now, I'm going now to put this motion to debate and, sorry.
Il s'agit de l'honorable
Honorable Kelly Saminadine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I rise today to express my full support for the motion on strengthening cybersecurity in the SADC region by creating institutional capacity and viable legal frameworks to respond to the growing threats of cybersecurity in the region. Admittedly, in an increasingly digital world of technological advances and innovation, a few insidious threats posed by cybercrime and cyber insecurity are growing in scale, sophistication, and impact, posing significant risks to our economies, national security, and the safety of our citizens. The SADC region is not an exception in this regard. Like other parts of the world, this region of ours is also witnessing a rapid digital transformation, with governments, businesses, and individuals relying more heavily on digital infrastructure and online platforms. While the spillover effect or corresponding positive impact of this transformation brings immense opportunity, it also renders our societies susceptible to new vulnerabilities, including cyber attacks, data breaches, financial fraud, and the exploitation of digital platforms by malicious actors. Notwithstanding the far-reaching impact of these challenges, the region currently lacks a harmonized and comprehensive approach to cybersecurity. Institutional weaknesses, inadequate technical capacity, limited public awareness, and outdated or non-existent legal frameworks hamper SADC member states' ability to detect, prevent, and respond to cyber threats effectively. As such, it is beyond doubt that this motion is both timely and necessary. Certainly, a regional approach towards strengthening institutional capacities would go a long way in empowering national cybersecurity agencies with the skills, resources, and coordination mechanisms they need to prevent and proactively respond to cybersecurity threats. Undoubtedly, a creation of harmonized, enforceable, and rights-based legal frameworks across member states will ensure that we can prosecute cybercrimes effectively, protect critical infrastructure, and safeguard the rights and privacy of our citizens. Cybercrimes know no borders, and the transnational nature of these crimes necessitates more coordinated response mechanisms, and regional cooperation is critical in this regard. Given the fact that cybersecurity is a manifestation of transnational organized crime, A coordinated SADC-wide approach will certainly not only facilitate policy diffusion and sharing of best practices, but will also allow for joint response mechanisms and a unified voice in global cybersecurity governance. To this end, Mr. President and honorable members, let us act decisively and collectively to secure our digital future. By adopting this motion, we will be taking a bold step toward building a safer, more resilient, and digitally inclusive SADC region. Thus, as Parliament of Seychelles, we wholeheartedly support this motion. With this, Mr. President, I hereby second the motion. Thank you for your attention and support in this matter.
Thank you, Honorable Sami Nadine, for your support. Now I'm going to put this motion on cybersecurity to debate. Honorable from the delegation of you have the floor, I believe it's Zimbabwe. Yes. Zimbabwe, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice into this motion on cybersecurity. My name is Mayimbowa from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. I would also like to thank the mover and the seconder of the motion. I'm in strong support of this timely motion of strengthening cybersecurity in our region by building institutional capacity and enacting viable legal frameworks to meet the challenges of our rapidly evolving digital landscape. Mr. President, Zimbabwe recognizes that cybersecurity is not just a technical issue. It is central to protecting the our economies, democratic institutions, and the rights of our citizens. We have enacted the Cyber and Data Protection Act, that is Chapter 12, Section 7, which lays the foundation for a secure digital environment. This act aligns with the Malabo Convention and SADC model law and has enabled the establishment of a cybersecurity and monitoring center to coordinate national cyber threat responses. Institutionally, the Parliament of Zimbabwe, through its Portfolio Committee on ICT, is pushing a Postal and Telecommunications Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe, that is POTRAS, to speedily operationalize a National Cyber Security Center, which will drive threat detection, response, and capacity building. Mr. President, in the spirit of inclusivity and innovation, I am proud to report that the Parliament of Zimbabwe Youth Caucus is actively pushing for the transformation of post offices into vibrant centers of learning, entrepreneurship, and cyber skills development, particularly for rural youth and marginalized communities. Additionally, Zimbabwe is implementing the Smart Zimbabwe 2030 Master Plan, which promotes digital access in all corners of the country. Mr. President, through POTRA's Universal Services Fund, we are rolling out broadband connectivity and establishing community information centers to bridge the urban-rural digital divide. Recognizing the cybersecurity skills gap, our universities and technical colleges have integrated ICT security into their curricula. Targeted training for government officials and law enforcement in the areas such as cyber forensics and investigations is also underway. Finally, Zimbabwe is promoting public-private partnership to strengthen cyber resilience, national dialogues with banks, telecom providers, and digital entrepreneurs. We are fostering collaborative cybersecurity strategies and improved threat intelligence sharing. Finally, Mr. President, cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. Zimbabwe reiterates its commitment to harmonize the regional approaches and urges all member states to act decisively to safeguard our collective digital future. I so submit and thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity, and I support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable, for your support to this. I give now the floor to the delegation of Madagascar. Thank you, Mr. President, for having given me the floor. I'm an MP from Madagascar. We support this motion on the legal framework of SADC. Madagascar, like other countries, member states, we ratified the Malabo Convention in June 2024 that mentioned our commitment as country. I believe that to try to secure our digital environment with this ratification to the Malabo Convention, Madagascar is going to guarantee the protection of personal data and to envisage cooperation to fight against cyber crime, protecting also electronic equipment. We currently have also a Malagasy Commission on Information Freedom is going to focus on the regional cooperation and international to try to guarantee their digital sovereignty. Mr. President, we are urging member states to support this motion that we also support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Savatara, for your pertinent intervention. Are there other participants who would like to take the floor? If not, I'm going to invite Honorable Mwemang to take on to the floor if there is again something to add to this resolution.
Merci for giving me an opportunity to respond to the additional points raised by my fellow colleagues. If the President allow me to speak from here. Thank you, Honorable President. Thank you, Honorable President, for the opportunity. Indeed, let's appreciate the input first from Honorable Saminadin for seconding the motion as put forward by South Africa, but also secondly to appreciate the Honorable Moa and also Honorable Delegate from Madagascar for indeed illustrating that the Malabo Convention in the respective countries is in practice. But more than that, let's also appreciate their commitment to the regional cooperation in order to mitigate the challenges as put and posed by this cyber threat. And it is must be appreciated that the case studies that they have shared with us will go a long way in terms of repositioning ourselves as the SADC Parliamentary Forum, in terms of positioning ourselves to confront these mammoth challenges that is threatening our economy. Other than that, Honorable President, let me submit in appreciating the inputs from our honorable members because it reinforces the motion as put forward by South Africa. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Mwaimong, for your precision. Now I'm going to submit this motion for adoption, and I would like to remind that it is about the resolution on the reinforcement of the cybersecurity in the region of SADC to reinforce the institutional capacity and the legal capacity in order to give a riposte to the threats which are serious on the criminality into our region. Are there some objections? Otherwise, the motion is adopted with the applause. Now I'm going to invite Madam the Secretary to give us the third order of the day. Notice of
Sexual reproductive health and rights, SRHR, and climate change in the SADC region.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam the Secretary. As you have underlined it, it's about the motion, the resolution on the strengthening the links between sexual and reproductive health and rights, and also the climate change in the SADC region by Honorable Napo Mashweshwe from Lesotho.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Merci.
Today, on the 6th of June, 2025, I rise before this 55th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC-PF to move a motion that the Plenary Assembly do adopt a motion that the Plenary Assembly do adopt a motion on strengthening the nexus between sexual and reproductive health and rights, SRHR, and the climate change in the SADC region. I so move.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Mushweshwe. Now I'm going to ask the assistants if there is someone who would like to second the motion. Yes, the delegation of Madagascar. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm seconding the motion. That wasn't a sabotage. It wasn't a sabotage. It was just a... thank you very much for your secondment, Honorable Louvre. And now I'm going to give the floor. I'm giving the floor to Honorable Mushweshwe. Yes, go on, please.
President, may you allow me to move that the 57th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC-PF, in recognizing the growing urgency and profound regional significance of addressing the nexus between sexual and reproductive health and rights, SRHR, and climate change in the SADC region, in noting with concern that impacts of climate change, including prolonged droughts, floods, food and water insecurity, and displacement are intensifying across the SADC region and disproportionately affecting women, girls, young people, persons with disabilities, and those living in poverty. further noting that the climate-induced disruptions hinder access to essential SRHR services, including maternal health care, contraception, HIV prevention and treatment, menstrual hygiene, support and protection from gender-based violence. Acknowledging compelling data by UNFPA on the disproportionate impact of climate change on SRHR outcomes, including the following facts. Over 80% of those displaced by climate disasters are women. Female-headed households lose 34% more income due to heat compared to those of their male counterparts. 25 million girls are projected to drop out of school annually by 2025 due to climate-related impacts. 22 of those of the most affected countries are in Africa. A 4% decrease, a 4% rise in temperature could triple the incident of intimate partner violence, IPV, in sub-Saharan Africa from 48 million of 140 million cases by 2060. In Malawi alone, 1.5 million girls cite a risk of child marriage due to climate-related stressors. And despite this realities, only 2 out of 15 SADC national determined contributors, NDCs, mention gender-based violence, GBV. 3 reference HIV and none addresses harmful practices of menstrual health. Concerned that such crises exacerbate vulnerabilities and associated with increase in early and forced marriages, unintended pregnancies, school dropouts, and gender-based violence, thereby reversing the progress of gender equality and public health. Cognizant with strong evidence that promoting SRHR in the context of climate change enhances community resilience, strengthens health systems, and support inclusive and equitable adoptions and mitigation strategies. Alarmed that SRHR considerations are frequently omitted from national and regional climate policies, disaster risk reduction strategies, and climate finance frameworks. Recalling the commitments under the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children from who are already in marriages, the SADC SRHR strategy 2019 to 2030, the Maputo Plan of Action, the Paris Agreement, and the International Conference on Population and Development ICPD Program of Action. Further recognizing that integrating SRHR into climate change responses promotes community resilience, public health, and sustainable development in alignment with the Agenda of 2030 and Agenda 2063. Now, therefore, Mr. President, this Assembly should urge the member parliaments to actively champion the integration of SRHR into national climate change policies, adaptation plans, and disaster risk reduction frameworks. And it should call upon SADC member states to ensure that climate finance, including from the Green Climate Fund and national budgets, support access to comprehensive SRHR services as part of climate resilience initiatives. Encourages all stakeholders to promote cross-sectoral coordination among environment, health, gender, youth, and disaster response sectors in addressing the SRHR climate change nexus. Calls for a full and meaningful participation of women, youth, marginalized groups in shaping climate and SRHR-related policies and responses at all levels. Urges the relevant parliamentary portfolio committees at national and regional levels to prioritize oversight policies, dialogue, and regional cooperation in critical intersections, and mandates the SADC-PF Secretariat to facilitate the documentation, dissemination of best practices, research and policy options in integrating SRHR into climate change responses, and to report on the progress constantly. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Mushweshwe, for your intervention. And now I'm going to invite Honorable Louvre from Madagascar in order to present his speech of secondment.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Chevenon Celestin. I'm MP from Madagascar and a member of Permanent Commission for SDSR and special programs. Mr. Speaker of SADC and my president at the National Assembly in Madagascar, honorable speakers and head of delegations, in particular, honorable president of Zimbabwe, honorable assistant and au protocol observe. I second plainly this motion on the strengthening the links between sexual and reproductive health in the policy of fight against the climate change in our SADC region. As a representative of Madagascar, the country which is touched by the climate change, I would like to talk not only by principle, but also by experience. The climate crisis in our region is not only ecological and economical, elle est profoundly personal and social and profoundly and in the country of Madagascar, the prolonged drought and the meteorology weather conditions have not just led to the bad harvests. They have provoked also famine. Children have abandoned schools, and also there have been early marriages, and there have been also limited access to the health rights. These are not isolated realities, but they are realities that are repeating in many countries, members of SADC. This motion is responding to the realities that we are living on the daily life, and actions must be taken into consideration in order to protect the dignity of humans. Health should not only be the notion of foundation, but it is also to the resilience and to the justice. By seconding this motion, I express my full support to the inclusion of health and sexual rights in the plan and national strategies of adaptation to the climate change. And to this occasion, we have also to have the funding from the national budget for the service of SDSR to the vulnerable places in the region, and also the engagement of the firm parliamentarian to these people who are sensitive, who are turned to the future. Mr. Speaker, if we take it seriously, the aspect of climate, you have also to take also seriously the health and the health rights. We have to take into consideration that there is no woman and any young girl should be marginalized and not left behind to this response to this challenge, world challenge. And I urge all the or the members to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I would like to second this motion. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Louvre, for your secondment and especially for your support to this motion. Now I'm going to put forth the motion for debate. If there are some honorables who would like to take the floor, you can please raise your hands. I'm going to start with Mozambique.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Honorable President. My name is Ivandro Masing, and I'm an MP from the delegation of Mozambique. First of all, I would like to commend and support this motion on sexual and reproductive health and the climatic crisis in the region. I would like to also say that Mozambique is one of the countries the most vulnerable to the climate change impacts, which faces challenges like intensive cyclones and prolonged drought. These events have impacted significantly economic, food security, and the well-being of the population. And we had unfortunately climatic weather events like cyclones, Idai, Kenneth, Fred, that negatively contributed to reversing and our economy of our country's infrastructures. And I would like to recommend that we should consider possible solutions in order to mitigate these impacts, because climate change are here to stay, and that which solutions should we put in place in order to face these extreme weather events, and from our engineering, what kind of engineering and infrastructure should we put in place so that it is resilient infrastructures to these weather events. And it is with these few words that we want to second this motion. Thank you.
Merci, honorable, pour votre soutien. Maintenant.
Thank you, Honorable, for your support. I'm going to give you the floor. Now we are going to continue with the delegation of Mozambique again. Once again, Mozambique again. Yeah, there is also Eswatini and Lesotho. And you're in which delegation? There, you're in which delegation? Lesotho. So for now, Mozambique has already taken the floor. Now we go to Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, for allowing me this opportunity to add a voice in support of this important motion. My name is Honorable Nokuthula Dlamini from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Mr. President, I must mention that Eswatini is doing a lot regarding this motion. Hence, I am not going to repeat what has already been said earlier. Mr. President, early this year, the country experienced heavy rains and severe flooding, Many rivers overflowed and some bridges were washed away. In this difficult condition, government made sure that no one was left behind. People who needed food, SRH services, access to health care, students trying to get to school, and workers commuting to their jobs all were supported. In some areas, helicopters were used to cross flooded rivers. Drone facilities were used to deliver medical drugs to affected areas, ensuring that critical services reached everyone. Honorable President, in Eswatini Women Farmer Foundation, in partnership with the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, engaged the youth and women in climate-smart agriculture in transformational training. This was held on the 16th of May, 2025. The training, Mr. Speaker, was a catalyst movement. It was a rich and practical curriculum designed to equip young women and youth with world skills, including tunnel crop production, using climate-smart techniques that promote year-round controlled environment farming. The youth were also trained in agri-processing and packaging, enabling them to add value to raw produce and create market-ready products. The youth and young women were also introduced to technologies such as solar power irrigation systems, digital crop monitoring tools, and environmentally friendly farming inputs. Mr. President, Government of the Kingdom of Eswatini is in a bid to construct proper climate-smart houses for elderly and OVC. Okay. Government of the Kingdom of Eswatini is in a bid to construct proper climate-smart houses for elderly people and orphaned and vulnerable children, which is a huge milestone and will significantly benefit their SRHR and enhance their resilience to climate change. Well-designed homes will improve their living conditions, reduce health risk, and increase their ability to cope with environmental hazards. The country is doing away with stick and mud houses as a mitigation measure, Mr. President. Mr. President, in January 2025, Eswatini partnered with Google to integrate advanced tools into the Government in Your Hand initiative. This partnership has made Eswatini become the first country in Africa to partner with Google in bringing government services to the people through the convenience of electronic devices. This collaboration aims to enhance public service delivery and empower the youth with digital skills, making Eswatini a leader in digital transformation on the continent. This partnership will enhance access to information and services related to SRHR, empower women and youth, and facilitate climate-related initiatives. Google Technologies will facilitate access to information on SRHR, including contraception, maternal health, and gender-based violence prevention. On another note, Mr. President, in March 2025, the Kingdom launched 5G services. This move positively impacts SRHR and climate change efforts by improving internet access and connectivity. This will enable better access to information, education resources, and telehealth services, ultimately improving individuals and communities to address SRHR needs and take action on climate change. This is a real boost to the e-health initiative, Mr. President. In conclusion, Mr. President, I would like to acknowledge the Eswatini government's strong commitment to ensuring that all people, in particular women and youth, do access SRHR services, even in the face of climate change. With this said, Mr. President, allow me to end my presentation with this quote in support of the adoption of this motion. I quote, "Investing in youth and women is not just a moral imperative, it's an economic one." I close quote. Thank you very much, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable, for your intervention. Now I'm going to give the floor to the delegation from Lesotho.
Thank you, Honorable President. My name is Honorable Makatleo Motswasili from Lesotho. Honorable President, I rise to support the motion. Honorable President, the nexus between sexual reproductive health and rights and climate change cannot be overlooked or denied. Climate change poses risks to our human rights, and practical evidence has shown that women, girls, and people living with disabilities are the ones who have been greatly affected by the sour impacts of climate change. Honorable President, it is a shocking reality that in this day and age, we have places in our rural areas where there are no health services, places where expectant mothers work under the scorching sun or heavy rains and storms and cross flooded rivers to access medical facilities, thereby risking their lives and that of their unborn babies. Due to impacts of climate change and lack of healthcare services in the rural areas, expectant mothers are forced to give birth at home and with the assistance of unskilled community members, which consequently leads to loss of life or either the mother or the child. Honorable President, due to the extreme weather patterns, we have witnessed increased migration and population displacement, food insecurity, economic stress, and conflicts, which subsequently results in increase in transmission of infectious diseases, as well as disruption of healthcare services, including disruption in accessing HIV prevention, testing and treatment services. A review of evidence from Africa found that when droughts occur, food and water insecurity have biggest effect on people's ability to keep taking HIV treatment. Honorable President, climate change also presents barriers for proper management of menstrual health by women and girls, as it limits them from accessing clean water for bathing. Scarcity of water compels women and girls to walk increasingly longer distance to find potable water for their families, making them vulnerable to sexual assaults. Disasters such as flooding, cyclones, and wildfires can also contribute to gender-based violence. It is in this regard, Honorable President, that I call upon us as members of Parliament to enact laws, develop policies, and disaster risk reduction strategies that will be responsive to this prevailing trend of climate change, nexus, sexual reproductive health and rights. It is imperative that we work towards advocating for national budgets that are responsive to devastating impacts of climate change. We should also advocate for the ratification as well as domestication of international agreements on climate change, such as the Paris Agreement.
International Conference on Population and Development Programs for Action, and the Maputo Plan of Action. While ratifying and entering into such agreements, let us also remember the importance of measures that should be taken to eradicate effects of climate change on women and girls. I also call upon all members of parliament through their relevant national committees to exercise their oversight role on executive to ensure that plans, strategies, and measures that put in place for climate change nexus sexual reproductive health and rights are brought to fruition. In conclusion, Honorable President, I wish to indicate that climate change is not just an environmental crisis. It is a human rights issue, which requires collaboration of SADC member states to develop policies, strategies, and laws to harness the effect of climate change on sexual reproductive health and rights issues. It is upon us as member states to collaborate in enhancing SRH healthcare service delivery, such as maternal healthcare services, contraceptives, HIV prevention and treatment, menstrual hygiene, as well as protecting women and girls against gender-based violence. With these few remarks, Honorable President, I support the motion and thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your support. Now I give the floor to the delegation of Angola, and then after I'll give to Madagascar, then which other delegation? Botswana. Angola, Madagascar, then Botswana.
Thank you, Honorable President. My name is Luisa Damião, and I'm a parliamentary from Angola. First of all, I would like to commend this motion that is being brought forward on sexual and reproductive health versus climate change. But we can't talk about this issue without recalling that there is already a project at the level of the SADC-PF, which Angola is on, and we have been carrying out many activities that have been marked by parliamentary capacity building and awareness raising in communities and reinforcement of the national framework. During this period in which we are on this project, we had many sessions, parliamentary awareness session with our parliamentarians with a view to promote legislative role in advocacy for gender equality. The National Assembly has prioritized the milestone for eradicating child marriage, and also fighting gender-based violence. I would like to also share that we carried out parliamentary oversight visits to clinics in order to monitor public policies and availability of health and reproductive and also public advocacy in order to make known to technical staff and also service users the need to be informed about this theme. We carried out these actions together with our partners, public and also some UN agencies. What was the impact that we gained from this? Better awareness and sensitization of communities on this project, and also the reinforcement of sexual and reproductive health. There's no doubt that this theme is also linked to an environmental crisis, and we understand that it needs a lot of speed, acceleration in cooperation between our states in order to find collective solutions which might be effective and efficient. So we would like to second this motion for finding solutions. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable, for your support. Now I give the floor to the delegation from Madagascar. Mr. President, honorable members, I'd like to take the floor today to share with you an lived experience some months ago in Madagascar. I found myself on a stream that we needed to cross in a boat, but there was an expectant mother. We had to call the boat, which were 2 hours away from there, where to go to the clinic where she could give birth. While waiting for 2 hours, the boat arrived, and then we crossed 2 hours more, which came up to 4 hours. It was very shocking because this woman died in the boat, certainly due to some complications, but we could not reach the other side on time. If I talk about this experience today, it's just to emphasize, to highlight the issue of the insufficiency of the transport means and the isolation of our regions, and also some health centers, primary health centers. I believe that our solidarity for all of us is very important. We need to help one another. If we do not do it, no one will do it on our behalf. We are together, and let us support this motion. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sophie, for your intervention and your testimony. Now I'm going to give the floor to the delegation from Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in February this year, Botswana faced severe flooding, which resulted in displacement of women and children from their homes. This displacement meant women could not get access to some health services, and some of them lost their health records, critical medicines, and basic amenities that ultimately affected their health. Such displacement also meant some of the women found themselves seeking shelters in neighbors and relatives, thereby exposing themselves to gender-based violence. We therefore recognize the need to develop a framework linking health services and climate action, as climate change ultimately affects the general health of our people, especially women and children. I therefore support adoption of this motion, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
To tell this Honorable House my names. Le Petse Lesedi from Parliament of Botswana. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other participants that would wish to take the floor? Yes. Honorable Speaker from Namibia.
President, Namibia also wishes to support the motion that is put on the table for mainstreaming sexual and reproductive health right issues in climate change management. We would like to add that Namibia is one of the most affected countries by climate change. And we have prioritized mainstreaming climate change management in our national policies. But one of the challenges that we have experienced is that because of the categorization of some of our countries as middle-income countries, support that comes from international funding organizations does discriminate against these countries, whereas they are amongst the most affected in terms of supporting our mitigating measures and our mainstreaming measures. So we would like to call for the forum to urge our parliaments to advocate for support to climate change management that considers the impact of climate change instead of focusing on artificial criteria such as income levels of countries. That is one. Secondly, to advocate for countries in the north that are the main contributors to global warming and climate change to live up to the commitments that were made internationally to support climate change management in order that we can mitigate the impact of climate change on the livelihood of countries around the world. I support the motion, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker from the National Assembly of Namibia, for your support to this motion. Is there anybody else? Are there any other Honorable Speaker from Lesotho?
No, Honorable President. I was just indicating to the Speaker of Namibia that her flag was still up. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If there are no more questions or observations, then I'm going to put this. First and foremost, I would like to give the floor to the Honorable Mshweshwe. Honorable Mshweshwe, to respond to the questions that have been asked, or maybe to bring some clarity or clarification in regard to everything that has been said.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to appreciate all contributions that have been put forth by my fellow colleagues and honorable members of Parliament. I would like to have a comment, or before that, all comments that have been made here are a clear evidence that indeed climate change imposes challenges that cannot be ignored. and all contributions that have been made are also evident that there are certain groups in our communities which are more impacted by climate change than others. And I think what is important as we try to deal with this motion is to establish that the keyword here is the nexus, because both topics, being the climate change and being sexual and reproductive health and rights, they are well appreciated. They've been dealt with now for quite some time. But now, what is important, what this motion tries to establish here, is the connection between the two. And we cannot miss that. We cannot deal with this motion as though we are dealing with either climate change issues or we are dealing with either sexual and reproductive health and rights issues. I think the other thing that I would like to comment on is the fact that it is clear that countries have already embarked on dealing with the impact of climate on marginalized groups, especially women and young girls. The submissions made by Eswatini from Honorable Noctula, they show that there are already programs in place, and the contributions made by the Honorable Member from the Parliament of Angola indicate that there are already programs in place trying to deal with this. So it is important that as we embark on this journey, we should try to establish the best practices or the best programs or the good programs that are already in place from country to country. A strong emphasis has been made that we should be collaborative as the SADC countries. So we should be looking into each other's programs and try to establish who is doing it the best way. By so saying, Mr. President, I would like to say all contributions have been noted, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mushweshwe, for your intervention, for your additional intervention. Now we are putting it to the adoption of this motion. Just to a reminder, this is a motion on strengthening the nexus between sexual and reproductive health and rights and climate change in the SADC region. Are there any objections? Otherwise, then the motion is adopted with clapping of hands. Now I call upon the Secretary General to read the fourth order of the day. And after that, we are going to have a pause. Avis de motion sur les efforts, sur l'augmentation des efforts pour prévenir. You are talking about notice of motion on increasing effort to prevent the spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the SADC region, which will be presented by Honorable Bongi Nkosi Success Madi Kizela from South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. To the host, Honorable Mutenda, the leaders of the delegation, all protocol observed. I, Bonginkosi Matigizela, from South Africa propose that a motion on increasing efforts to prevent the spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the SADC region be adopted by this 57th plenary.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Madikizela. Is there anyone among us, somebody who would wish to support or to second this motion? Yes. Botswana.
The motion. Murolong from Botswana. I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mpo Morolong. And now I give back the floor to the Honorable Madikizela for the presentation.
President, noting that the adverse effect of the HIV and AIDS epidemic on social, political, and economic development remains one of the most pressing challenges facing the SADC region as it strives towards deeper integration. Concerned that the SADC region continues to bear a disproportionate burden of the global HIV epidemic, with approximately 34% of all people living with HIV worldwide residing in the region, according to UNAIDS. Acknowledging that HIV and AIDS have had an unprecedented and devastating impact on the entire region, with high levels of adult mortality leading to increasing numbers of orphans, with more than 5.5 million children aged 0 to 17 years orphaned by the end of 2003, and in some member states, as many as 20% of children have lost one or both parents to the disease. Recalling the SADC Declaration on Accelerating Action to End AIDS, a binding regional commitment to eliminate AIDS as a public health threat by 2030, through recalling the SADC Declaration, recalling the SADC Declaration on Acceleration AIDS, Action to End AIDS, a binding regional commitment to eliminate HIV and AIDS as a public health threat in SADC by region 2030 through 1, scaling up prevention and societal mobilization. 2, expanding access to counseling, testing, treatment, and support services. 3, mobilizing increased financial resources to combat HIV and AIDS. And 4, enhancing monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. Further recalling Articles 26 and 27 of the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, which mandate SADC member states to address gender-specific healthcare needs relating to HIV and AIDS, while ensuring universal access to treatment for all infected individuals and the protection of girls from harmful practices. Concerned that the declining official development assistance for HIV programs threatens the sustainability of gains made across the region. For instance, UNAIDS reports that global resources available for HIV responses in low and middle income countries fell to $20.8 billion US dollars in 2022, over $8 billion US dollars short of the estimated annual need by 2025. Alarmed that unless urgent steps are taken to bridge the funding gap, progress towards achieving the 95-95-95 targets and eliminating vertical transmission in children may be reversed. Recognizing that increased domestic financing is not only vital to mitigate donor withdrawal, but also essential for building long-term resilient health systems capable of sustaining HIV prevention and treatment efforts. Emphasizing the critical role of national parliaments in securing adequate domestic budget allocation for HIV responses, strengthening legal frameworks, holding governments accountable, and ensuring inclusive stakeholder engagements. Now, therefore, calls on SADC member states to 1, expedite the full implementation of the SADC Declaration on accelerating action to end AIDS by 2030, also known as the Dar es Salaam Declaration for Action to End AIDS in Children by 2030, with particular focus on regional coordination and shared accountability. Secondly, move with greater urgency to implement measures to fulfill the 10 key commitments outlined in the declaration that need to be made to end AIDS in children, particularly ensuring universal free testing and treatment for all children and adolescents with HIV and access to treatment and care for all pregnant and breastfeeding women. Invest in and scale up innovative digital technologies to engage adolescents and young people to ensure that they receive comprehensive, integrated, youth-friendly HIV prevention and treatment services. Work proactively with civil society organizations and communities, including men and boys, to prevent gender-based violence and counter harmful gender norms that perpetuate HIV vulnerability. Prioritize sustainable domestic financing for HIV responses in national budgets with active parliamentary oversight to ensure accountability and alignment with international commitments. And lastly, strengthen the capacity of parliaments to engage in health financing processes, advocate for equity and efficiency in resource allocation, and champion the needs of key populations and vulnerable groups. Let's so move. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable, for your intervention. Now, I call upon Honorable Morolong to second.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable members, I rise to express my full support for the motion on increasing efforts to prevent the spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the SADC region. According to UNAIDS, there has been major progress in the HIV response in Eastern and Southern Africa, the region most affected by the HIV pandemic. The annual number of people acquiring HIV fell by 59% from 1.1 million to 450,000 between 2010 and 2023. By the same breath, the number of HIV-related deaths decreased by 57% from 600,000 to 260,000 between 2010 and 2023. But nonetheless, as acknowledged by the regional body, one of the greatest challenges facing SADC member states as they move towards greater integration is the adverse effects of the HIV and AIDS pandemic on social, political, and economic development. The region has the highest levels of HIV prevalence globally. For instance, DNA's 2022 report makes it clear that while progress in the Southern African region has been substantial, the region remains the world's most heavily affected by HIV. It is estimated that 20 million people, 50% of all people living with HIV, live in this region. It is recognized by member states that one of the greatest challenges facing the SADC is the adverse impact of the HIV and AIDS pandemic on social, health, and economic development. Article 27 of the Protocol on Gender and Development is dedicated to this reality, compelling member states to develop gender-sensitive strategies to prevent new infections and to ensure universal access to HIV and AIDS treatment for infected women, men, girls, and boys. In a more analytical vein, it can be argued that some factors that contribute to the spread of HIV in the region include, inter alia, extreme poverty and income inequalities, high mobility and migrant labor between rural and urban areas within countries and between member states, gender dynamics and gender-based violence, illiteracy, stigma and discrimination, alcohol abuse, emergency situations such as civil conflict, war and displacements, multiple sexual partners, low rates of male circumcision, cultural determinants such as cleansing. According to UNAIDS, the SADC region continues to bear a disproportionate burden on the global HIV and AIDS epidemic, accounting for a significant share of new infections and HIV/AIDS-related deaths. Cumulatively, this reality not only threatens public health, but also undermines socio-economic development, weakens health systems, and erodes human capital. What will compound the problem further moving forward is the impact of US funding cuts on HIV programs in East and Southern Africa. According to UNAIDS and NGOs working in this area, the UN funding cuts have already resulted in thousands of health workers being retrenched, programs halted, reduced access to HIV prevention, unavailability of data system and other related services, and the dismantling of community health systems. As such, this motion serves as a clarion call to parliaments and governments in the region, not only to expedite the signing of the SADC Declaration on accelerating action to end HIV, to end AIDS by 2030, which is also known as the Jerusalem Declaration for Action to End AIDS in Children by 2030, and increase efforts to prevent the prevalence and spread of HIV/AIDS in the region, but also to focus inwardly and reduce dependency on external Western and foreign aid. Develop context-specific strategies and measures for strengthening national and regional HIV prevention programs, with a focus on youth, women, key populations, and vulnerable communities. Explore other venues for mobilizing resource for continued universal access to testing, treatment, care, including antiretroviral therapy and psychosocial support. Harness parliamentary diplomacy to deepen regional cooperation mechanism, shared best practices, resources, and innovations, and prioritize the integration of HIV services into broader health systems to build resilience and sustainability. Lastly, thus as Parliament of Botswana, we reaffirm our shared responsibility to protect the health, dignity, and future of every citizen in the SADC region, and we wholeheartedly support this motion. Thank you for your attention and support for this.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Mololong, for your speech of secondment to this motion. And now I'm going. It's time to go into debates on this motion. And I ask to any honorable who would like to take the floor to raise their hand. Eswatini, the delegation of Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, for allowing me to pass my comment on this important motion. As a country, Eswatini has achieved something truly historic. We've met the ambitious UN 2030 HIV target of 95%. 95% of people living with HIV know their status. The other 95% of those is for those that are on treatment. And the last 95% is for those or on treatment and have suppressed their virus. This is really commendable, Honorable President. It means fewer people in the country are getting sick and more people are living longer, healthier lives. What made this progress possible is our commitment to new and bold approaches in healthcare, targeting education and behavioral change. A good example is the dapivirine vaginal ring, DVR. This has been a breakthrough, Honorable President, especially for women. For the first time, women have something they can control themselves, and when it arrived, we welcomed it with both hands. We didn't wait, we used it. We trusted it, and we're already seeing its impact in slowing down the spread of HIV in the kingdom. Now, as a country, we are waiting eagerly for the arrival of the long-acting injectable cabotegravir, CAB-LA. It promises even greater protection with less frequent doses, which means more convenience and more consistency in prevention. We believe it will take us even further in this fight. Mr. President, this is about more than medicine or statistics. It's about hope. It's about giving our people the tools and the power to protect themselves and their loved ones. I thank you very much in support of this motion.
Merci, Honorable.
Merci, Honorable, for your secondment. Now I'm going to give the floor to the delegation of Mozambique.
Thank you, Mozambique. Muito obrigado. Thank you, Your Excellency. Todo o protocolo observado. Eu chamo-me Simon.
My name is Muhombo Makuyana. I'm a member of the Parliament of Mozambique. I'd like, by supporting this resolution, because we understood as a Mozambican, this is a very important motion to improve the health of our people. And I would like to call upon Your Excellency that in Mozambique, the HIV/AIDS is a problem of all of us. It means that this is an issue that is not dealt by the government. Is the government, is the parliament, is the civil society, the traditional authorities, or all of us are engaged on the prevention and combat against HIV/AIDS. I would like to bring here that the adults, and in Mozambique between 15 and 49, the prevalent rate is 12.9%. It means it is a very high rate. And we also would like to say that after the cut of the budget for this sector, that in time, 96% of HIV had only 4%. Today has did efforts to find an alternative sources so that no Mozambican die with HIV/AIDS. And also, with your indulgence, I'd like to call upon or to request all of us as our leaders and the MPs that the same way that the world in less than 1 year, if I'm not mistaken, was able to get a vaccine against HIV or COVID-19, I think that we should also have another effort to bring a vaccine against HIV. Because for us Africans, as Mozambicans, it's quite difficult to understand how a very developed world is unable, after 40 years, is unable to get an efficient vaccine against the HIV/AIDS, and in less than 1 year was able to get a vaccine to fight COVID-19. This is a challenge, and I'd like to seize this occasion, Honorable President, please do a lobby or an advocacy so that the world can support the Southern African regions. As stated here, that the Southern African region is the most affected area with HIV/AIDS. Excellency, to conclude, I support the adoption of the resolution on behalf of the Mozambique and on behalf of his Deputy Speaker, that we must approve or adopt the motion with the adjustment or amendment that will also reflect on the resolution. I thank you very much.
Merci, Honorable
Thank you for your intervention. I'm going to give the floor to Madam, the Speaker of National Assembly of Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm in support of the motion which has been tabled. And with these few remarks, I'd like to reiterate Botswana's stand. The integrated behavioral and biological surveillance support reports shows that the HIV incidence remains a concern, particularly among key populations in Botswana. The survey revealed alarming HIV prevalence rates of 42.8% among female sex workers and 16% among transgender individuals. My government recently developed a national HIV, TB, and human rights training toolkit that aims to integrate human rights, gender, and gender-based violence responses into Botswana national HIV and TB strategies. It has been realized, Mr. President, that the youth aged 15 to 24 account for a significant portion of new HIV infections. According to BIAS, the government through NAPA, that is the ministry, and other stakeholders leverages on the civil society to reach young people with targeted interventions, ensuring they are equipped to make informed decisions about their sexual health. I must note that Botswana has made exceptional progress in the fight against HIV, Mr. President. In fact, we have exceeded the WHO's 95 targets. Over 95% of people with HIV know their status. Over 95% of those are on treatment. Over 95% of those on treatment have achieved an undetectable viral load. We cannot afford to be complacent, hence we are persuaded, therefore, to support the motion on increasing efforts to prevent the spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the SADC region. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable President, Speaker of the National Assembly of Botswana, for your intervention. Is there among the participants, honorables, who would like to take the floor? Otherwise, I'm going to give the floor now to Honorable Madzikizela to add something to this resolution.
Let me start by thanking my colleague, Honorable Member Morolongo, who seconded the motion, and also thank other contributors to the motion. I just want to say three things quickly and thank those who supported the motion. To say that it is going to be imperative for the member states to really plug the hole that has been left by the withdrawal of PEPFAR funding. Because it is a reality that many member states who relied on this funding are still grappling with the challenge to find replacements for this funding. And I think it's going to be critical for us to really work together and make sure that we plug that hole. Because the reality is that there is no reason for anyone to die of HIV/AIDS in 2025. As a region, we had made a significant progress with the assistance of that fund, and we shouldn't really allow that to reverse the gains that we have made. And I think we are also making a clarion call especially to all men, because the latest stats are really disturbing. If you look at the young girls phenomenon, and in South Africa, we are saying it is caused by this sugar daddy syndrome, or where us as older men are spreading this disease on younger women. And I think it will take courageous men like us to make sure that we speak against this, because that is currently now the most vulnerable group, and that is where the numbers are increasing. And therefore, really, we need to be brave enough and make that clarion call. So thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Madikizela, for your intervention. Now, I'm going to bring forth the motion, the resolution, to the plenary for vote. I would like also to remind on the resolution of the efforts in order to prevent the expansion of HIV in the SADC region. Are there some objections? Otherwise, the motion is adopted with approach. If you want, we can take a health break and we come back after 10 minutes.
Good morning again. Oui, bonjour.
Good morning once again. Before we start, I would like to inform the forum that there are two speakers that have excused themselves because their flights for this afternoon, then they are already gone because it has been planned way ahead. We just need to say that we lost 1 day that we had a symposium. I believe that it's important that the forum be informed for the absence of two speakers already among us. Now we are going to the fifth order of the day. I'm going to ask Madam the Secretary General to read the fifth order of the day.
Statement by Honorable Nelly B.K. Kashumba Muti, State Council, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, on a matter of importance to SADC Parliamentary Forum concerning Zambia's constitutional reform in support of the SADC gender parity target pursuant to Rule 45 of the Rules of Procedure.
Ok, j'aimerais juste préciser
I would
avant
like
de
to give some to say that the two speakers that I spoke about now, it's the Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola and the one from Seychelles. Now we are going to speak for the importance of the SADC concerning the constitutional reforms in support of the SADC gender parity target pursuant to the rules 45 of the rules of procedure. Now I call upon the Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Zambia, Honorable Muti, SC, to pronounce the statement. You have, Madam Speaker, 5 minutes for this statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I seek permission to deliver the statement from where I'm seated? Your Excellency, President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, honorable speakers of SADC-PF member parliaments present and heads of delegations, may I simply say distinguished honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to address this distinguished assembly at a time when Zambia is undertaking critical reforms that speak directly to the shared aspirations of the Southern African Development Community of achieving a minimum of 50% women representation in SADC parliaments. I am pleased to inform this August gathering that Zambia is taking decisive steps to achieve this threshold. Zambia is currently undertaking constitutional reform aimed at, among other things, increasing the number of women, youths, and persons with disability in parliament using the mixed member proportional representation electoral system. In this regard, the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Bill was published in the Government Gazette on 24th May 2025 as required by the law and is scheduled to be presented in Parliament in the next meeting of the House, which commences on 10th June 2025. Further, I am pleased to share that we have transformed the Zambia Women Parliamentary Caucus into a fully fledged parliamentary committee. The committee will become operational after the general elections in 2026. The committee's mandate includes studying and reporting to the House ways in which gender-responsive laws may be enacted. This is a strategic move to ensure that gender-focused issues receive sustained attention at parliamentary committee level, where much of the substantive work of Parliament takes place. Furthermore, recognizing the practical challenges that impede women's full participation in politics, and considering that we are going to have more youthful members of parliament after the constitutional reforms, I am spearheading the construction of a creche within the precincts of the National Assembly of Zambia. The foundation stone for the creche was laid on the 27th of March 2025. We are working tirelessly to ensure that this creche is officially opened during the commemoration of the International Women's Day on 8th March 2026. The construction of the creche within the principles of the National Assembly will offer several benefits, such as providing daycare services for young children of members of parliament and staff. The creche will also provide accessible childcare, which will result in parents focusing on their parliamentary duties without much concern about the welfare of their children. In the short video that has been or is playing now in the background is the visual concept of what the creche will look like upon completion. And here we are not discriminating, it's both for men and women who have children. Thank you very much.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, honorable Speaker of the Zambian Parliament. Thank you very much for your statement. Now we okay, just immediately. Sorry, we need to adopt this statement. Are there any objection? Then we are going to adopt this statement by clapping of hands. Now we go to the sixth order. I call upon Madam the Secretary General to read the sixth order of the day.
Address by the African Leaders Malaria Alliance, ALMA, Special Ambassador, Professor Dr. Shilatlo, on the role of parliamentarians in elimination of malaria and NTDs in Southern Africa, pursuant to Rule 45 of the Rules of Procedure.
In regard to this address, I call upon Excellency, the Special Ambassador of African Leaders Malaria Alliance, Professor Sheila Tlo, to have the floor. You've got 15 minutes for this address, Your Excellency.
President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Tockley, Speaker of Zimbabwe Parliament and host, Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda, Honorable Speakers of SADC, National Parliaments and Heads of Delegations, Honorable Members and distinguished delegates, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from President Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana and Chair of the African Leaders Malaria Alliance. It is an honor to be with you today, and I learned a lot during your deliberations. I'm delighted to let you know that in the last 2 years, the World Health Organization certified 2 of our own countries, Cabo Verde and Egypt, malaria-free. These 2 countries joined other countries in the continent, including 3 SADC countries of Lesotho, Mauritius, and Seychelles, which have been certified malaria-free. This stands as a testament to what can be achieved in Africa, and indeed what can be achieved in terms of malaria elimination, with unwavering commitment and collective action. We take great lessons from what was achieved by these countries, and it proves that a malaria-free SADC is possible, a malaria-free Africa is possible, and indeed a malaria-free world is possible. Excellencies, Africa is at the center of a perfect storm that threatens to disrupt essential life-saving malaria services. These include critical financial shortfalls for malaria programs linked to the ongoing financial crisis that has been outlined, the impact of climate change, insecticide and drug resistance, and humanitarian crisis, all of which need to be addressed urgently to prevent malaria upsurges. As a result, we are off track to meet our ambitious targets to end malaria. And we still bear the heaviest burden of the disease. According to WHO, there were 251 million malaria cases and 579,414 malaria deaths in the African Union member states in 2023. And progress has stalled since 2015 in a number of countries. These statistics translate into lives lost, families devastated, and communities burdened, particularly impacting women and children. Malaria not only jeopardizes individual health, but also undermines socio-economic development. Despite these gaps in the implementation, significant progress has been made in the region. The leadership and determination of our countries, as well as the commitment of our development partners, will enable us to achieve progress towards elimination. Indeed, through coordinated efforts, collaborative partnerships, research, innovation, and sustained accountability mechanisms, we can realize our vision of malaria elimination. After all, malaria is a pathfinder to health system strengthening, primary health care, pandemic preparedness and response, and a key example for addressing the impact of climate change on health. This has already been alluded to. African leaders have committed to ending malaria through several declarations, including the Abuja Declaration of 2001. In line with the drive to increase malaria resources, ALMA is supporting countries to establish end malaria councils and funds which keep malaria high on the national development agenda. And these councils not only mobilize public and private sector domestic resources, but also bring together governments, members of parliament, civil society, traditional leaders, faith leaders, and the private sector to unlock resources in the country and therefore enhance long-term sustainability of the resources. So far, existing councils have mobilized over 150 million in resources, and I'm proud to say that Eswatini is one of the countries that is leading in raising these funds. Our countries must also increase domestic funding for malaria, for neglected tropical diseases, and health in general in face of declining ODO that has already been alluded. As members of parliament, you are uniquely positioned to ensure that you work with your colleagues to bridge some of these financial gaps. Excellencies, accountability at regional and country level is essential to achieve our ambitious goals, the goals that we have set for ourselves. The ALMA scorecard of accountability and action provides high-level summary of national performance of priority malaria and health indicators. And ALMA is committed to supporting ministers, parliamentarians, and other key decision makers by enhancing their capacity to access and to interpret real-time data. In short, a member of parliament is able to look at their constituency and see how well it is performing and ensure that resources are allocated to those areas where they're most needed. Our greatest resource also is that we have a human resource potential. With a population of over 1 billion people, of whom 65% are below the age of 35, Africa is indeed a youthful continent, and this presents both opportunities and challenges. We can overemphasize the need to empower youth by defining and developing the right socio-economic and political environments that will help them. ALMA has been supporting the establishment of National Malaria Youth Corps, and this brings together a cadre of young people in existing leadership positions across sectors to mobilize youth-driven advocacy solutions to malaria elimination. And I'm proud to say that a number of your countries have already started mobilizing that. Excellencies, allow me to conclude by stating that we are encouraged by the work of SADC in the fight against malaria. Malaria elimination needs multi-sectoral action across agriculture, education, environment, local government, and infrastructure. We need your advocacy in supporting cross-border malaria control initiatives with neighboring countries and supporting the development of malaria strategies, as well as sharing lessons learned and the best practices. We definitely are willing to work very well with you. That is why we are saying zero malaria starts with me, zero malaria starts with you, zero malaria starts with all of us. I thank you.
Je voudrais remercier.
I would like to thank the ambassador, special ambassador of the Alliance of African Leaders on malaria, Professor Saila Tulu, for her. Let's applaud again for Madam. Now we are going to go to the 7th order of the day, and I'm calling upon the Secretary General to pronounce this order of the day. Address by
Person of the Southern Africa Development Community Organization of Public Accounts Committees, ZADC-PF, pursuant to Rule 44(5) of the Rules of Procedure.
Comme Madame la Secrétaire Générale,
Madame has talked about it. It is about the floor by the Honorable Alice Namvula Tungo, Vice President of the Commission of Public Account of SADC, based on the Article 45 of the internal procedure. I'm inviting now the Madam, the representative Honorable Alice Muvola, to address to the plenary. You have the floor, Madam. Madam Honorable.
Thank you, the President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Toki, the Speaker of the Parliament and host, Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Mutenda, Honorable Speakers of SADC National Parliaments and heads of delegations, honorable members and distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Organization of Public Accounts Committees of the Southern Africa Development Community, ZADC-PF, I would like to extend my warmest greetings and unwavering support to the SADC Parliamentary Forum as you convene this critical 57th plenary session. The theme of this session is leveraging artificial intelligence and innovation to advance parliamentary excellence in our region. And I'm sure that it will be a great success. Mr. President, ZADC-PF believes that the SADC-PF and ZADC-PF share a similar vision and mission. ZADC-PF aims at strengthening good governance and promoting transparency through mutual support, knowledge, and experience amongst public accounts committees as a means of enhancing oversight. ZADC-PF, Mr. President, is a voluntary organization which was established in 2003 and is composed of public accounts committees and similar committees representing 13 SADC parliaments. As ZADC-PF, we firmly believe that regional and continental cooperation is indispensable in strengthening the oversight role of parliaments and public accounts committees. Our collective ability to harness AI and innovation for enhanced financial accountability and governance will only bear fruits if anchored in one robust legislative framework, including the full adoption and implementation of SADC model law on public finance management. Two, the sustained political will to modernize oversight mechanism and close accountability gaps. Thirdly, on strategic partnership, such as our Memorandum of Understanding with SADC-PF, which commits us to joint capacity building, knowledge exchange, and technological innovation for public account committees. Mr. President, the theme resonates deeply with our shared commitment to modernize governance, enhance transparency, and strengthen oversight principles enshrined in the Memorandum of Understanding between SADC-PF and SADC-PF, signed on the 21st of February 2022. This MOU underscores our collaborative resolve to, one, strengthen public account committees across SADC, ensuring robust oversight of public finances. Two, to promote the ratification and domestication of key instruments, such as SADC model law on public financial management, to harmonize accountability standards. Thirdly, to share knowledge and innovation, including oil-driven tools to improve efficiency in parliamentary processes. Fourthly, to advocate for the implementation of SADC protocols. Last but not least, Mr. President, is to conduct joint capacity building initiatives to empower legislators and auditors in safeguarding public resources. As we explore AI's transformative potential, let us also address its challenges, ethical implication, the data security, and equitable access to ensure innovation aligns with our democratic values. SADC-PF stands ready to collaborate with SADC-PF in piloting AI solutions that enhance budget tracking, audit automation, and citizen engagement, thereby deepening accountability. I commend SADC-PF for its leadership and reaffirm SADC-PF's commitment to our MOU's objectives. Together, we can harness technology to fortify parliamentary oversight, access regional integration, and deliver tangible benefits to the citizens of SADC. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Onko, for your intervention. And I would like also to thank the SADC-PAC for this resolution, and I thank excellent work that the commissions of the public accounts that are doing in order to have transparency in our member states, and that is for the domestication of the model law in the rights of our country. Now we are going to the eighth order of the day. I would like to ask the Madam Secretary to lead us into the reading of the eighth.
The Election Commissions Forum of SADC countries, ECF SADC, Commissioner Glenn Mashinini, on commitment to partnership with SADC Parliamentary Forum in promoting electoral reforms in the SADC region through the domestication of the SADC model law on elections pursuant to Rule 44.5 of the Rules of Procedure.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam the Secretary General, for this announcement. Now I'm inviting the representative of ECF, Commissioner Glenn Mashinini. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Toki, the Dean and host, Honorable Advocate Mudenda, Honorable Speakers of the SADC National Parliaments and heads of delegations present, Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Sekhoma, honorable members and delegates present, esteemed friends of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to be provided this opportunity to address such an auspicious occasion of the 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Mr. President, permit me to start by expressing one's gratitude to the leadership of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and the people of Zimbabwe for their warm welcome and hospitality. Further, allow me also to use this opportunity to thank and commend the conveners of this plenary assembly for their leadership they have demonstrated in creating this platform to provide a strategic partners an opportunity to address this important gathering, in addition to the signing of MOU scheduled for tomorrow. Such a platform enables mutual exchange on key governance and electoral matters of the SADC region. This is an opportunity to present and consolidate our efforts and thinking on how to contribute to the mandate of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in the spirit of regional cooperation and strengthening democracy in our beloved region. Mr. President, allow me to introduce the Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC countries, in short, ECF SADC. This is as a regional organization for electoral management bodies in the Southern African Development Community region. And without fear of contradiction, it is one of the best and organized EMB in our continent. This is an entity with a membership of 15 electoral commissions of the SADC member states. Among its objectives is to ensure that its members provide peer support and share expertise by regular exchanges during and between elections, thus enabling EMBs to professionalize and draw the best practices in the conduct of elections in our regions. Very often people ask you, what do you guys do after elections? This is part of what we undertake, honorable members. The ECF has a long and constructive relationship with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which actually dates back to 1998 when the forum was established. The rationale for this relationship is vital to mitigate common challenges on governance, peace, and stability that both national parliaments and EMBs in the SADC region are responsible for. The collaboration and the envisaged MOU between ECF SADC and SADC-PF will now actually formalize our long-standing relationship, a relationship that provides and facilitates organizational, technical alignment and electoral support between our institutions, as well as also with the electoral stakeholders, including the national, provincial, and local authorities, the government agencies, and political parties, thus ensuring the endurance of constitutional democracy, the credibility of election, and most importantly, a lasting peace in our region. As the Electoral Commission Forum of SADC countries, we are confident that the technical skills and competencies of both SADC-PF and ECF SADC have a proven track record in initiating technical support and innovative interventions for the benefits of national parliaments and EMPs in the region. For example, our collaboration, which would be confirmed by the Honorable Speaker, Madam Titiza, that in our country, both at provincial and national level, there is continuous collaboration leading to and post delivery of elections, which enables us to be aligned and be able to sustain the democracy and the mandates that both our institutions hold. And similarly, that's what is happening in other parts of our of the region with our member bodies. The two organizations work closely also in regional economic with regional economic communities, including the SADC Secretariat and the African Union. An incident is that we've just finished to provide the guidelines now that have been adopted by the AU on digital technology and information and misinformation. This was part of the collaborations that we're talking about. In conclusion, honorable members, our collaboration between ourselves as ECF SADC and SADC-PF really makes an indispensable that we are in a position, therefore, to ensure that we realize our ideals, that of a free, a democratic, peaceful, and a prosperous SADC region. I thank you.
I would like to thank the ECF, SADC. I'm happy of the engagement to make a partnership between ECF and SADC-PF to promote the electoral reforms in the domestication of model law on the elections. We are taking a big value to the partnership. We have to adopt this declaration. If you don't have a declaration, you have just to upload, and it is adopted. And now we are going to go to the 9th order of the day, and I'm asking the Secretary General to read this order, the 9th order. Allocation de la représentation d'Oxfam, Keteko Nchaouké, directrice exécutive par l'intérim d'Oxfam en Afrique du Sud, sur l'engagement de partenariat avec la SADC-PF pour faire progresser la justice économique et la réduction des inégalités.
Gender justice, climate justice, and accountable governance, pursuant to Rule 44(5) of the Rules of Procedure.
Thank you, Madam the Secretary General, for this announcement. And now I'm going to invite the representative of Oxfam, Kanteko Nchaouké, the Executive Director of Oxfam in South Africa, to make a address. You have 5 minutes, Madam.
President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Tokle, the Speaker of Parliament and host, Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda, the President of the country of Zimbabwe, Honorable Speakers of SADC national parliaments, and heads of delegation. honorable members and distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. Absheni Sanbonani, Bomdia, Bonjour. Thank you for the opportunity to address the SADC Parliamentary Forum on the occasion of the 57th Plenary Assembly. It is both a great honor and a privilege to address you all. This plenary session is held at a time when our region is at the front line of intersecting crises, namely climate-induced disasters, inequalities, gender justice, and chronic food insecurity. Recently, geopolitical trends and shifts, including global trade wars, armed conflict in DRC, US and Europe foreign policy shifts, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and Israel-Palestine war in Gaza have significantly impacted trade flows as well as economic growth prospects, not only for our region, but globally. Nonetheless, the surge in demand for critical minerals such as lithium, graphite is attracting investments, but concerns remain on environmental, human rights, and equity issues. The region is severely impacted by climate change, with the recent El Nino and La Nina-induced droughts and floods that have exacerbated food insecurity, displacement, and disaster and disease outbreaks. These are reversing development gains, dampening growth, widening inequality, and increasing vulnerability for our people, especially among women and girls. This is a pressing need to integrate climate resilience and disaster risk reduction into programming and national response actions. Despite progressive legal frameworks, women and girls in the SADC region continue to face systemic marginalization due to entrenched patriarchal norms limiting their participation in political, economic, and social spheres. Gender-based violence and early child marriage remain widespread, exacerbated by cultural practice, weak legal enforcement, and limited access to justice, especially for rural communities. Barriers such as restricted access to land, education, equitable healthcare, and leadership opportunities further entrench gender inequality and hinder the full realization of women's rights and their potential. Distinguished guests, honorable members, and the President of the House, the theme of the 57th plenary, harnessing artificial intelligence for effective and efficient parliamentary processes in the SADC region, experiences, challenges, and opportunities, is very timely. We are now living in a digital age, and it is important that SADC Parliamentary Forum considers the implications of AI on the work of the Parliamentary Forum and broadly development in the region. We recognize the opportunities that AI presents, both for the SADC-PF and member states. We also need to ensure that risks are well managed. These considerations should be made in line with the guiding principles of the SADC-PF, which are the respect for the institution of parliament, democracy, rule of law, human rights, and financial and accountability and transparency. We welcome the consideration by this House to incorporate the use of AI in improving governance and legislative activities, because we also realize that AI offers opportunities to enhance efficiency, transparency, responsiveness within parliamentary processes as well. However, we are also cognizant of the risks around ethical considerations, data security, privacy, and concerns related to the digital divide. We believe our deliberations in this session have greatly been insightful and in developing the appropriate solutions for the SADC-PF and for the Member of Parliaments. Over the years, the SADC-PF has made significant strides in various areas that resonate deeply with Oxfam's mission and principles. We take this opportunity to commend the SADC-PF on the following achievements: the implementation of the model law on gender-based violence. This initiative has paved the way for stronger legal protections for victims of violence. Secondly, the launching of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage. This model has actually ensured the harmonization of the age of the child across member states. This model has been a great milestone, particularly in the fight against early child marriage. Thirdly, the Women's Caucus engagements. Convening a parliamentary forum on Women's Caucus at the SADC level has been instrumental in fostering networking opportunities for parliamentarians and enhancing capacity for much-needed women's leadership. This is a crucial step towards achieving gender parity in political representation and decision-making. Fourthly, parliamentary advocacy. This has been at the heart of engagements within the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The strategic involvement enhances the capacity of parliamentarians to advocate for and implement policies that benefit their constituents. Fifthly, the promotion of human rights and democracy. The SADC Parliamentary Forum's commitment to promoting human rights, democracy, and regional integration through collective responsibility is absolutely commendable. These actions deeply reflect understanding of interconnectedness and social development, economic governance, and gender equality. Oxfam has been an active player in development at regional, continental, and global levels, championing the fight against poverty and inequality. Our work spans across SADC countries where we collaborate with communities, youth, women-led movements, and local partners to address urgent humanitarian crises, promote climate justice, and champion gender equality. Oxfam is committed to a transformative agenda that centers the voices and rights of vulnerable populations, particularly women and youth. Oxfam supports regional influencing by convening actors and coalitions for policy dialogue, promoting feminist, youth-led governance and economic systems, and advocating for climate loss and damage compensation from global polluters. We are also strategically located in South Africa, where we work to influence the BRICS and G20. At continental level, we align with key African Union policies, including the Strategy for Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment and the AU Youth Charter. By contributing evidence, case studies, policy insights, our work strengthens continental advocacy for gender transformative agriculture, inclusive economies, and equitable governance. At global level, Oxfam's global campaigns on climate justice, humanitarian response, and economic inequality bring Southern Africa's realities into global policy spaces. Through joint fundraising, continued humanitarian action, and advocacy, Oxfam ensures that African voices influence international policy commitments. Oxfam has collaborated with the SADC Parliamentary Forum on a notable number of areas in the past and which we want to continue to do. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight a few notable areas of joint cooperation. Under fiscal justice and resource governance, we have worked together to revise the SADC mining protocol to ensure free, prior, and informed consent. In the area of humanitarian response and climate justice, Oxfam has collaborated with SADC member states to build capacity of communities and local partners in disaster risk reduction and contingency planning in emergencies, guided by its local humanitarian leadership strategy. Recently, during 2023 to 2024, El Nino-induced drought and climate crisis in affected member states, Oxfam partnered with local governments to strengthen cyclone and food early warning systems. Under gender justice, Oxfam has been working to ensure diverse women and girls and marginalized communities fully realize their rights, exercise their leadership, and live a life free from violence, discrimination, and poverty. This has been done through thematic work on ending violence against women and girls, transformative women's leadership, women economic empowerment, sexual and reproductive health, and girls' access to education. Furthermore, Oxfam has spearheaded key interventions focusing on addressing key barriers that infringe the rights of women and girls. With SADC, Oxfam has partnered with the SADC Parliamentary Forum to influence policy using the GBV and ending child marriage model laws, and has convened regional and national forums to support its domestication and dissemination. Additionally, Oxfam has contributed thought leadership on women's political participation. Oxfam will continue to actively collaborate with the SADC Parliamentary Forum and will focus on the following key areas: advocacy for the domestication of model laws. Secondly, addressing child marriage. We believe that this work will continue to tackle child marriage through advocacy efforts, empowering local stakeholders to implement corresponding model laws. Thirdly, support for human rights frameworks. Oxfam will continue to promote the alignment of national legislation with the SADC model laws and human rights treaties. Oxfam will support the harmonization of the law across member states, facilitating a stronger collective regional stance on human rights. And lastly, capacity building and networking. Oxfam will continue to work with the Parliamentary Forum's Women's Caucus at the SADC level, which reinforces networking and capacity building for women leaders. This aligns with our core values of promoting gender equality and women's empowerment in decision-making processes. As I conclude, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Oxfam pledges to continue supporting the SADC Parliamentary Forum to enhance the role that this House plays in development. The role of parliaments in our member states as the supreme law-making body is all the more critical as we progressively achieve our development goals. As a region, we are indeed faced with complex development challenges, and partnerships have become critical to achieving our shared agenda. Oxfam's value addition includes evidence-based advocacy, convening power, national to regional to global linkages, and capacity strengthening. Oxfam is excited to be one of the 5 organizations that will be formally signing an MOU with the SADC Parliamentary Forum this Saturday. Through this MOU, we will work together on mutually agreed priorities on economic justice, gender justice, climate justice, and humanitarian response. I stand here on behalf of Oxfam to pledge our solidarity and continued support to advancing prosperity for our people and for a future that is free for all. I thank you.
I wish to thank Oxfam for committing to the partnership to advance economic justice and inequality reduction, humanitarian action, gender justice, climate justice, and accountable governance. We have no doubt that there will be mutual benefit for our 2 organizations. Now we are going to go to the 10th order of the day. I call upon the Secretary General to pronounce this order.
Address the representative of the Power Shift Africa, Gudakwashe Manjonjo, Trust Transition Associate, on commitment to partnership with SADC Parliamentary Forum to strengthen the role of Parliament on developing Africa's transition minerals to power Africa's AI ecosystem, with a focus on the SADC region, pursuant to Rule 44.5 of the Rules of Procedure.
Before I call upon the representative of Power Shift Africa, we are first going to adopt the commitment that had been presented just now. We just need to clap the hand for adoption. Now I call upon the representative of PowerShift Africa, Kuda Kwashe Manjonjo, Just Transition Associated, to address the plenary assembly. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, President. President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Tockley, the Speaker of Parliament and host, Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda, Honorable Speakers of SADC national parliaments and heads of delegations, honorable members, distinguished delegates, Makadini, Muribwanj, Salibonan, Bonjour, dear all. It is a deep honor to address you today on behalf of PowerShift Africa as we reaffirm our commitment to partnering with SADC Parliamentary Forum to strengthen the legislative voice in Africa's future through our transition minerals, our energy choices, and our digital destiny. At the heart of this conversation lies a fundamental question. How do we ensure that Africa's vast reserves of critical transition minerals like lithium, soda ash, cobalt, copper, and nickel power not just the global clean energy, but our own continent's inclusive development? The answer lies in energy, and more specifically, in how energy powers the next technological frontier, artificial intelligence. Honorable President, across the world, AI is transforming economies, automating systems, forecasting climate patterns, revolutionizing agriculture, education, health, and finance. But there is a hidden truth. AI is energy hungry. Every machine learning model, every AI-generated insight, every data center that trains algorithms or stores cloud services consumes enormous amounts of electricity, often more times than entire towns such as Victoria Falls. And so, if Africa is to meaningfully participate in the AI revolution, we must solve our energy gap. Currently, over 600 million Africans, 200 million in the SADC region, lack access to reliable electricity. We cannot talk about digital prosperity if we are still battling energy poverty. This is where our partnership begins. Africa's transition minerals are the backbone of both clean energy and intelligent technologies. Lithium powers the batteries in AI infrastructure. Copper and rare earth minerals are vital for data centers, electrical grids, and servers. Without these minerals, there is no AI ecosystem. But minerals alone are not enough. We need to turn these resources into self-reinforcing energy data loops. Minerals powering clean energy powering AI, and AI optimizing energy use from solar microgrids to smart cities. That is why the African Union's recently launched Africa Green Mineral Strategy must be implemented with a clear energy and technology lens. At PowerShift Africa, we see an urgent need for a new model, one where Africa's moves beyond the extraction to value addition to renewable infrastructure that is scaled up, which is smart, producing low-emission industries that can emerge from the SADC region. We believe parliaments must lead this transformation. Firstly, by supporting legislation that links mineral extraction with local energy infrastructure. Every mining investment must include commitments to renewable energy deployment, both for industrial purposes and surrounding communities. Secondly, by ensuring that national energy strategies support AI readiness. This means investing in decentralized solar and wind systems, electrifying industrial zones, and planning for the high loads required for the AI data centers. These centers can and must be powered by African wind and sunshine. Third, by embracing cross-border energy cooperation. AI infrastructure demands energy stability. The Southern Africa Power Pool and the Africa Free Trade Agreement offers a powerful framework to integrate renewable energy across the region so that no country is left behind due to limited national capacity. And, dear President, allow me to emphasize, AI is not a luxury for Africa. It is an opportunity. With the right energy and mineral strategy, AI can help us leapfrog development stages, predict crop failures, expand access to healthcare, accelerate education, and enhance climate resilience. But if we fail to act, Africa and the southern region will once again be left supplying raw materials with others capturing the value. Parliamentarians have the mandate to ensure energy justice, regulate technology standards, and demand domestic beneficiation. This is not just about clean energy or digital access. It is about a future where Africa's minerals and energy power African intelligence, where African youth develop, deploy, and benefit from the AI systems of tomorrow. Honorable members, at PowerShift Africa, we are committed to walking this path with you, providing policy support, technical analysis, and public advocacy to ensure that our mineral energy AI ecosystem is designed in Africa, made in Africa, and works for Africa. Let us not miss this historic moment. Let us make connections clear. Without clean energy, there is no AI future. And without value-added minerals, there is no clean energy. But with vision, coordination, and strong parliamentary leadership, Africa can lead the global transition on our terms. Thank you. Datenda.
I thank PowerShift Africa for this commitment so that they can try to empower in terms of the development of transition mineral, to try to support that, emphasizing on the SADC region. We have no doubt that there will be mutual benefit for our two organizations. We are going to applaud for adoption, for adopting this commitment.
Nous allons maintenant passer à 11e ordre du
We are
jour.
going to go now to the 11th order, and I call upon the Madam Secretary General to read this order.
Presentation of the communique for the 57th plenary.
Présentation du communiqué de la 57e Assemblée plénière.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General, but we need to wait a little bit because it will be the Honorable Speaker or Honorable Advocate Francis Mdenda who is going to make this presentation. We are waiting for him.
Oui.
Just printing the communique now.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Yes. Okay. It's okay.
Mr. President, if you may allow a point of clarification, the communique is being printed now, and with your permission, there's some video clips that can be played while we wait for the next 2 minutes or so. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Zimbabwe, dear Dean, and then we are going to take advantage of the time so that the video can be projected.
The curtain finally comes down on the 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, hosted by the Parliament of Zimbabwe. A highly successful event all round. The Plenary Assembly was convened in the resort city of Victoria Falls from the 31st of May to the 7th of June 2025. The President of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, officially opens the plenary assembly.
I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to very much calibrate and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient.
A total of 13 out of the 15 SADC member states attended the session, which ran under the theme Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Effective and Efficient Parliamentary Processes in the SADC region, Experiences, Challenges, and Opportunities. Legislators from the 13 SADC member states acknowledged that artificial intelligence is a transformative force shaping the present and the future. They unanimously agreed to enact legislation on artificial intelligence that prioritizes the needs of the ordinary people. Impactful ideas and experiences were exchanged. Motions were moved on various issues central to the regional development discourse.
Agora, nos momentos finais, podemos afirmar que viva a voz, os resultados foram. So this is what we have come to do. We learn from each other here in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
We are advocating for chiefs, our community chiefs to be ambassadors of GBV.
Benefited from the engagement that the Parliament of Zimbabwe has, the institutions of you actually were very graceful in the manner in which they enable us to engage with them
to make sure that we pass laws that impact the lives of people for the better.
After extensive discussions, the legislators took time out to marvel at the breathtaking beauty of the majestic Victoria Falls.
Right now we are on the cruise of the Zambezi River. It's very nice.
Many enjoyed stunning views, the mighty Zambezi River.
Podemos sentir a hospitalidade
People who have seen that is of Laro in Zimbabwe.
The conference has been very well organized, and I think the Zimbabwean hospitality has been extremely generous.
The host speaker, Honorable Advocate Jaya Ndenga, is optimistic that the Assembly's collaborative spirit will be emulated going forward.
So that it is our hope this is time yes and obtaining hosting standards. We believe will be emulated by those who not in our
The curtain.
J'invite maintenant
I call upon the Speaker of the Honorable Mdenda to read the communique.
Thank you, Mr. President, fellow speakers, distinguished delegates. During our time, when we were learning English, you had to do an exercise called writing a précis or a summary of 4 pages of some written stuff into just 1 page in order to ensure that you capture those 4 pages that you have summarized. So the communique is meant, therefore, to summarize to the best possible the proceedings that have taken place in the last few days. With the permission of His Excellency the President, I now proceed to read the communique. The 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly session, which was held from the 31st May to the 7th June 2025, indicating therefore that we are still to complete the task tomorrow. The SADC Parliamentary Forum, SADC-PF, 57th Plenary Assembly was held from the 31st May to 7 June 2025 in Victoria City, Republic of Zimbabwe, under the theme, Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Effective and Efficient Parliamentary Processes in the SADC region, Experiences, Challenges, and Opportunities, unquote. This marked the 6th time that the Parliament of Zimbabwe was hosting the plenary assembly, with the last one having been held in 2016. The plenary assembly was attended by 13 of the 15 SADC-PF member parliaments, namely Angola, Botswana, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Zambia, and the hosting country, Zimbabwe. Mauritius and Tanzania had tendered their apology. The President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Senator Fortune Charumbila, also attended, along with the representatives from the SADC Secretariat, the Parliamentary Forum of the Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA, the Southern Africa Youth Parliament, the Electoral Commission of SADC member states, and other partner organizations. The assembly was officially opened by His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the current chairman of SADC.
In his official opening address, His Excellency the President conveyed profound appreciation for the SADC-PF, an institution that holds a significant place in his heart. The President reiterated on his deep engagement with the forum, particularly in the development of Africa's first election instrument, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region during his tenure as Zimbabwean Speaker of Parliament from 2000 to 2005. Additionally, the President reminisced on his leadership of the SADC-PF election observation mission, wherein he observed the 2004 Malawi general elections. His Excellency underscored the pivotal role of AI and digital tools in strengthening parliamentary processes, deepening democratic ecosystem, and fostering inclusivity. The guest of honor also stressed the imperative of adopting AI and applying it responsibly, underscoring the ethical concerns in its use, data protection, cybersecurity, upholding digital sovereignty, and the democratic core values of SADC as fundamental pillars in ensuring a balanced and a secure integration of AI in parliamentary processes. In his welcome remarks, the host speaker, yours truly, welcomed the signing of the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament by 13 member states and looked forward to Madagascar and Mauritius signing up the amendment to transform the SADC-PF into a regional parliament during the upcoming August 2025 SADC summit to be held in Madagascar. Advocate Mudenda was optimistic that the historic transformation of the SADC-PF into a SADC parliament will be realized through the adoption of the enabling protocol at the 45th Madagascar SADC Summit. This would mark the climax of the transformation agenda, which will concretize the birth of the SADC Regional Parliament. Honorable Justin Tockley, President of the SADC-PF, emphasized that the forum is implementing innovative capacity-building initiatives to enhance the skills of parliamentarians and parliamentary staff, thereby strengthening the role of parliaments in advancing democratic agenda. The President further informed the Plenary Assembly that SADC-PF is actively exploring the integration of AI-driven digital tools in order to modernize the parliamentary governance frameworks across the SADC region. In her remarks, SADC-PF Secretary General, Her Excellency Boema Sehoma, paid tribute to the visionary leadership of the host speaker for his tireless efforts in advancing the transformation of the SADC-PF into a SADC Parliament. In his capacity as chairperson of the Transformation Lobby Group for 11 years, she also applauded Zimbabwe for pioneering innovations in the health delivery services, particularly by introducing the National AIDS Levy in order to manage the AIDS scourge in the country. The Secretary General also commended the Zimbabwe Parliament for achieving the global distinction of being the only ISO 9001-2015 certified parliament globally. Furthermore, the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus chairperson, Honorable Helen Pushi Manyengeneng, reaffirmed the caucus's commitment to advancing gender equality across the SADC region. She commended Zimbabwe's best practices in institutionalizing gender equality and called for urgent action on gender-responsible budgeting, strengthened regional data systems, and enhanced male allyship to ensure meaningful and lasting progress towards gender parity in the region and beyond. The Southern Africa Youth Parliamentary Representative, Honorable Angela Nokubata Dube, emphasized sustained youth engagement in regional governance as she commended the partnership with SADC-PF and called for swift action on a SADC youth protocol. She further called for inclusive representation, targeted investments, in education, health, and economic empowerment to realize the full potential of the region's young generation. The Plenary Assembly resolved to prioritize parliamentary oversight, promote regional policy harmonization, support the development of a normative framework on AI and advance AI ethics to safeguard citizens and align AI implementation with the developmental aspirations of SADC region as had been espoused by President Mnangagwa in his official opening address. The Plenary Assembly acknowledged the proliferation of foreign AI technologies and emerging technology tools, but urged member parliaments to collaborate with tertiary institutions to address the unique needs of SADC parliaments. The Plenary Assembly reaffirmed the criticality of adopting a whole of SADC enterprise architecture to build a harmonized, digitally integrated region that leverages AI and emerging technologies to enhance regional integration, governance, innovation, and sustainable development through improved digital services, shared infrastructure, coordinated governance, and the joint policy frameworks aligned with the SADC Vision 2050, AU Agenda 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals. The Plenary Assembly commended member parliaments for the remarkable progress in implementing Plenary Assembly resolutions and tracking national level actions and applauded the informative and comprehensive country reports presented, which reflected strong commitment to peer learning, mutual accountability, and advancing the strategic priorities of SADC-PF. The Plenary Assembly considered reports of Standing Committee and the RWPC. One, reaffirmed the central role of strengthening parliamentary capacity to monitor and advocate for SADC modern laws, and resolved to enhance collaboration with development partners to enhance advocacy efforts for the domestication and the implementation of modern laws. Reiterated the cardinal role of women's economic empowerment for gender equality and sustainable development, and resolved to support capacity building for women parliamentarians, eliminate discriminatory laws, and promote gender-responsive policies, as well as financial and digital inclusion in national development strategies across the SADC region. Reiterated the urgent need to strengthen parliamentary oversight of SADC prison systems, supporting inclusive legal reforms, protection of vulnerable groups, coordinated oversight, and adequate resources, while emphasizing active parliamentary involvement in developing the modern law to ensure ownership, relevance, and effective domestication of the modern law on prison oversight. Expressed deep concern over persistent human rights violations and worsening conditions in correctional facilities across the SADC region, and reaffirmed the urgent need to strengthen parliamentary oversight, reinforce the rights-based legal frameworks, enhance institutional accountability, and promote humane, gender-responsive detention standards in line with regional and international human rights obligations for detained people. Emphasize the role of parliamentary financial oversight in prison administration, and urge member parliaments to ensure adequate funding for alternative sentencing, rehabilitation, and health care, enhance budget transparency, and strengthen oversight of prison infrastructure investments, including public-private partnerships. Reiterated the link between food security, climate resilience, and sustainable prison management, and urged member parliaments to institutionalize regular prison oversight, promote climate-smart agriculture in prisons, and integrate prison needs into national policies on food security, health, and climate adaptation. Expressed concern over poor prison conditions in SADC region, especially their impact on women, juveniles, and children with incarcerated mothers, and reaffirmed the need to strengthen parliamentary oversight, promote gender-sensitive reforms, and domesticate regional instruments to protect vulnerable groups. Underscored the urgent need to declare prison health a public health priority, calling for gender sensitivity, trauma-informed and rights-based health care, including HIV and TB treatment, mental health support, sexual and reproductive services for women, and nutritional care as integral to broader public health and human rights imperatives. Reaffirmed the criticality of sustained parliamentary engagement in electoral processes, particularly through the deployment of MPs in SADC-PF election observation missions. To support the domestication of the SADC modern law on election and uphold the democratic electoral standard across the region, and urged member parliaments to prioritize funding for the election observation missions. Excuse me. The plenary assembly adopted the motion on slow implementation of SADC model law on eradicating child marriages and protecting children already in marriage, reaffirming its commitment to accelerating national domestication, legislative reform, and coordinated action to safeguard the rights and futures of all children across the region. The plenary unanimously adopted the motion on enhancing food chain systems in the SADC region and reiterated the urgent need for coordinated action to modernize and strengthen agri-food value chains in support of food sovereignty, economic growth, and sustainable development across the region. The plenary assembly adopted the motion on strengthening cybersecurity in the SADC region, underscoring the urgent need for coordinated legal, institutional, and capacity building measures to address escalating cyber threats, and bridge the digital divide across member states. The plenary assembly adopted the motion on strengthening the nexus between sexual and reproductive health and rights and climate change in the SADC region and highlighted the urgent need to integrate SRHR into climate policies and financing frameworks to enhance resilience, equity, and public health outcomes across the region. The plenary assembly adopted the motion on increasing efforts to prevent spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the SADC region, reaffirming the urgent need for sustainable political commitment, regional coordination, and domestic financing to end AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. Plenary Assembly warmly welcomed Honorable Sarah Kaungo-Ngelwa Amadila, newly elected Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia, and congratulated her on her election as the host speaker, a Namibia's milestone in advancing gender equality, and expressed sincere appreciation to former Speaker, Honorable Professor Peter Kashavivi, for his distinguished service to SADC-PF. The plenary assembly commended the Republic of Zambia for its strides in promoting gender equality, particularly through the ongoing constitutional review aimed to increasing the representation of women in line with the SADC gender parity target, as well as enhancing the inclusion of youth and persons with disabilities. The plenary assembly reaffirmed its strong support for the ongoing diplomatic efforts to restore peace and stability in the DRC and commended the coordinated initiatives led by SADC, the East African Community, the Republic of Angola under the Luanda process, the African Union, the International Conference of the Great Lakes region, the United Nations, and other international partners working to promote dialogue and a peaceful resolution to the conflict. The plenary assembly expressed heartfelt condolences to the governments and peoples of Namibia and Zambia on the passing of His Excellency Dr. Sam Shasifuna Nujoma, founding president of Namibia, on the 8th February 2025. On His Excellency Edgar Chagwe Lungu, former president of Zambia, passed on 5th June 2025, and Mr. Roy Ngulube, clerk of the Zambian National Assembly, who passed on 7th April 2025. The plenary assembly recognized their distinguished service, commitment to democracy, and lasting contributions to parliamentary development in the SADC region and beyond. The plenary assembly extended its appreciation to the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe, Advocate yours truly, and through him, the government and people of the Republic of Zimbabwe for their warm hospitality, excellent organization, and steadfast commitment to the success of the 57th plenary assembly session. I didn't draft that part. The plenary assembly expressed its appreciation to the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa for its commitment to interparliamentary cooperation in the SADC region by offering to host the 58th plenary assembly scheduled for the last quarter of 2025. I so submit, Mr. President. I didn't hear your clapping. That's much better.
Merci, honorable président de l'Assemblée nationale de la République du Zimbabwe, pour avoir présenté les communiqués qui sera divulgué dans le cadre des efforts visant à partager l'information avec les parties prenantes et améliorer la visibilité du forum parlementaire de la SADC. Maintenant, nous allons passer au dernier ordre du jour et je demande à Madame la secrétaire générale de prononcer cet ordre du jour.
Sorry, the mic was closed. The mic was closed, sorry.
Je vais répéter ce qu'il y a eu de...
Okay. Now we are going to go to the last order of the day, and I would like to ask, that is the 12th order of the day, and I would like to ask the Secretary General to give us this order of the day.
Closing statement for the 57th Plenary Assembly Session by the SADC Parliamentary Forum President, Honorable Speaker Justin Tockley.
Président du Parlement hôte, honorable Maître Jacob Francis Mudenda, président de l'Assemblée nationale du Zimbabwe,
Honorable speakers on the head of delegations, all the honorable of Assembly, Secretary General of the SADC-PF, and all the clerk of Parliament and the Secretaries General, and all the personal members of parliaments, of national parliaments, distinguished observers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observe. We have now exhausted the business from the program of the 57th Plenary Assembly, hosted here in the marvelous city of Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe, in the heart of Mosio Tunia, the smoke that thunders. Honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must, from the outset, reiterate our gratitude to His Excellency Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, who graciously took time off his busy schedule to come and officially open this gathering. You recall, honorable members, that the official opening ceremony was extremely colorful, punctuated by traditional performances and beautiful a cappella singing by the youth of Zimbabwe. You agree with me, honorable members, that the theme of the 57th Plenary Assembly has been particularly appropriate and timely, being harnessing artificial intelligence and innovation in enhancing parliamentary processes in the SADC region, opportunity and challenges. I'm compelled to emphasize something that His Excellency President of Zimbabwe said in his inspiring keynote address during the official opening ceremony. He stated that the SADC region must not remain a receiver of technology advancement, but should participate actively in the development of technological solutions and the tools appropriate for local application. I have no doubt that the forum concurs with His Excellency the President's view. I therefore have no hesitation in joining His Excellency the President in imploring the parliamentarians of SADC to heighten their advocacy for full participation of SADC citizens in developing homegrown solutions to our challenges using innovative models, including AI. The presentations during the symposium on the theme highlighted the innovative nature of AI and that it could assist the Parliament in their core functions, but also highlighted possible challenges related to deployment of AI. In this regard, the symposium noted that AI is more than a technological advancement, but rather a strategic asset, pivotal in assisting Parliament in achieving their constitutional mandates. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I must say that in the short space of time we have been here in Victoria Falls, we have traversed an impressive amount of parliamentary business. To be specific, we have considered 2 reports of the Executive Committee, one on administrative matters and another on financial matters. Through adoption of this report, the Plenary Assembly has provided guidance on a wide range of issues affecting the operation of the forum. We have also deliberated on reports submitted by our 5 standing committees, on 1 report on a joint committee, as well as reports from the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. In addition, this 57th Plenary Assembly has considered 5 members' motions covering various matters on regional concern. The 57th Plenary Assembly, the 57th Plenary Assembly also adopted country report detailing progress made on the implementation of the resolutions of the 56th Plenary Assembly. In this regard, let me express my deep appreciation to all member parliaments for their continuing effort in ensuring that the resolutions are implemented by their respective member states and reporting accordingly. Therefore, as part of our commitment to working collaboratively with our partners, a number of our partners have been in attendance, and some of them have addressed the 57th Plenary Assembly in accordance with the Rule 44, paragraph 5 of the Rules of Procedure of the Forum. Let's place on record the forum's sincere appreciation for their continuing support and participation at our plenary assembly, as we know that there are many other assignments competing for their time. Honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks, I would like to request you to join in praying a debt and gratitude to our gracious Honorable Speaker, Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda, our Dean and the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Please applaud for him. Delegates have enjoyed the warm hospitality and excellent facilities placed at their disposal here at the breathtaking Museo Tunia in Victoria Falls City. I know that I speak for all the delegates when I say we have all enjoyed excellent Zimbabwean hospitality from our hosts offered by our Honorable Speaker, President of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, Mudenda, the staff of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, and the people of this wonderful city in all respects. Honorable Member, distinguished guest, this 57th Plenary Assembly has, in my considered view, been a resounding success, and this is for your active participation and active attendance. Let me therefore take this opportunity to express my gratitude to each one of you for your commitment and cooperation throughout this assembly. I also wish to thank the Secretary General and her team and all clerks and Secretary General of Parliament and their staff for their unwavering support to all of us, without which our meeting would not have run as smoothly as it is. With these few remarks, it is now my singular honor and profound privilege to declare the 57th Plenary Assembly session officially closed, and I therefore adjourn the Plenary Assembly until we meet again during the 58th Plenary Assembly session to be hosted by the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa on the dates and at the venue to be communicated in due course. Applause for South Africa. I wish you to everyone all safe travels as you go back to your respective countries, and to this I declare close the weeks of the 57th Plenary Assembly session of SADC-PF.
Siamboga Obrigado. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Obrigado. Thank you.
Some announcement. Can you beam the program for this afternoon?
Veuillez encore rester à votre place, s'il vous plaît.
Please be seated because our host of parliament, the Speaker of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, is going to make some announcement. Now I give you the floor, Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Zimbabwe, our dear Dean.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for wrapping up this 57th plenary session. Now, this afternoon, I think we should applaud our president, Toki, for time management. We thought we would not make it, and we are finishing exactly at 1 o'clock. Time for lunch. A big round of applause, please. Yes. Now, we go for lunch now, and at 1400 hours, we return to our hotels Those who enjoy Spanish siesta, they can sleep for about 45 minutes and rest. But at 1500 hours, which is 3 o'clock British time, there will be a pickup to the rainforest in terms of the transport already provided, and we should be at the Mosiatunya rainforest by 15:30. We should be there for about 2 hours, and at 17:30, we return from the Victoria Falls, Mosiatunya rainforest, and at 1800 hours, there will be a pick up from the hotels for a special valedictory dinner at the Boma. Now, your host, since there's no business coming thereafter, you are allowed to take as many soft drinks as you can and as many alcohol drinks as you can. We have enough security to ensure that when you stagger, you won't fall down. And then at 20:30, we return to our respective hotels. The lunch is by the pool deck down there, this way. You'll be guided accordingly. The VIPs will be led to the Kasibi restaurant. Please follow your protocol officers that will lead you accordingly. See you at the rainforest at Mosiatunya this afternoon and thereafter at the Boma. Thank you, Mr. President.
La séance est levée maintenant.
Now we adjourn.